Good morning, Ms. Manarino and Mr. Minna.
Morning, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
I don't see anything ready yet, but I'll be out in just a few moments. I see that we're waiting for Attorney Upshaw.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Hadley.
Morning, Your Honor.
Were you waiting for Ms. Gillard to come out?
I am. We're all set to go on Miss Gillard. I've just got to get her back up.
Here she is.
Hello.
Good morning. This is 23WM003580M, Wayne County Airport versus Mercedes Gillard. May I have your appearances, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Mercedes Gillard. Ms. Gillard, please state your name for the court.
Mercedes Gillard.
Thank
So-
you.
Your Honor, we're here for a show cause arraignment pre-trial. That's the show cause. I had a chance to speak with Ms. Gillard. She never actually received a mailed notice. She self-availed to the court to come in because she knew that there was this ticket from standard parking. We would just ask, again, the court understand that she, again, came to court as soon as she was, able to and aware of what was going on. As to the arraignment, we'll waive the formal reading and we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer. Ms. Gillard will be pleading guilty to defrauding an innkeeper under MCL 771.1 with an agreed upon period of probation of 3 months with $220 in restitution to be paid to standard parking.
Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes,
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You had the opportunity to discuss your case this morning with Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes,
And after having that conversation with Mr. Hadley, you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor, Mr. Mena, with the terms that Mr. Hadley just placed on the record.
yes,
And ma'am, you understand the rights you're waiving by entering the plea this morning.
the right to go to trial and
That's a-
fight.
Correct, ma'am.
Yes,
The right to see the prosecution's witnesses and cross-examine them, you waive that right as well.
yes,
And ma'am, have you been threatened in any way or promised anything to get you to plead guilty in this case?
no,
You're doing so freely and voluntarily.
Yeah.
Ma'am, is it true that on March 14, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is in the city of Romulus, you defrauded an innkeeper by failing to make payment at the parking lot?
yes,
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Ms. Gillard, the court will accept your plea as to guilty as charged of defrauding an innkeeper as indicated by Mr. Hadley. That sentence is taken pursuant to, that plea is taken pursuant to 771.1, which means your sentence will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan, you pay the court cost of $200 and pay $220 in restitution to standard parking. The court will administratively review the matter for dismissal. Do you have any questions this morning?
no, well, yes, one quick question. A parking ticket or traffic ticket for the 3 months, does that affect, not saying I'm gonna get it, I'm gonna be on my best driving, but just so I know.
The way that it's typically understood is no new criminal offenses. So a traffic ticket
Gotcha.
is not typically considered that. And Ms. Gillard, the only other thing is that you can make payment on the restitution and the $200 in cost. Can you do that within the next 5 days?
Not all of it within the next 5 days, no.
Okay, then what you need to do, ma'am, I'm looking, it doesn't look like we have anyone here on from the collections department, but I need you to either go online to the court's website. There's a button that says contact us. It'll drop down. You can submit a request for a payment plan, or you can call the court, set a payment plan, or you can come in person and speak to somebody from collections, okay?
Okay, can you give me what is it, the number district court call in again?
The number that you call in,
Yeah, what is that number?
it's at the top of your notice to appear.
Oh,
It
on my
is
note.
734, yep.
Okay,
Anything else?
nope,
Thank you, ma'am. You have a wonderful day, okay?
thank you, you too.
Thank you. Mr. Veldich.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Were you waiting for somebody to come out of the breakout, or do you need to speak to one of the prosecutors?
Judge, I just came out to see what was happening. I've been waiting in my meeting room for my first client.
It appears there's someone in the clerk's room waiting for their information to be verified. And then we'll get them moved into your waiting room if needed.
Then I will be in there waiting for him, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jack,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Curry is in your waiting room.
Oh, thank you.
This is 23WM012250M, Wayne County Airport versus Jimmy Henderson. May I have your appearances?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Jimmy Henderson, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Henderson, before I cut you off, I think you're about to say it. Go ahead and tell the court your name.
Jimmy Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Henderson. Today is the day and time set for the show cause arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, quickly to address the show cause, Mr. Henderson's notice to appear was sent to an old address. He did update the court with his present address, should have no issues moving forward. We'll waive the formal reading as to the abandoning personal property at the airport. We would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer where Mr. Henderson will plead responsible to a double parking ticket with an agreed upon $400 fine.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to accept the offer just placed on the record of pleading responsible to the added count of double parking, and the misdemeanor abandoning personal property will be dismissed.
Yes.
And that's how you wish to proceed, sir.
Yes.
Is it true, sir, that on July 8th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to the law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor. And very briefly, Your Honor, I'll just point out it was a $150 cash bond provided by Mr. Henderson. We would just ask that that be applied to the $400 ticket
Absolutely.
after the
Mr. Henderson, the
transaction.
court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, will dismiss the misdemeanor case in this matter. Assess fines of $400. The court will apply the bond that you posted on October 13, 2023. Would you need more than 5 days to pay the remaining balance?
Yes.
Then, Mr. Henderson, what I'll ask you to do is contact the court in one of three ways. You can go online to the court's website. There's a contact us button. You click on that, it'll drop down. You can submit a request for a payment plan. You can come in person and set a payment plan with one of the court staff, or you may call and ask to speak to someone in the collections department to make your payment arrangement. Anything else in this case, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Henderson?
No.
You're free to go, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You too.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, I'm not sure what else you might have going on with your day, but if you want to give your attorney a call or follow up with their office, or if you're okay just waiting, it's fine with me as well. I just note that you're supposed to be here at 8. It's now almost 8:30. You're on mute. You're still muted.
I'm sorry. I apologize. I don't think he's going to be my attorney anymore. So could we just move forward, or I have to have an attorney that y'all give me? Because I don't think Upshaw is going to be my attorney no more.
Ma'am, there's actually the appearance in the file from 2021. Have you been in contact with Mr. Upshaw or anyone from his office regarding
Nah.
today's hearing?
No.
What? I'll ask it a different way. Have you had contact with him or his office anytime in the last 6 months?
No.
Did you tell them that you had court today?
No, unfortunately, I didn't. I thought that he would be like automatically dropped if I really didn't know how that go. But no, I haven't contacted him.
Then Ms. Powell, what we'll
That was
do, we'll update you to indicate that you want to speak to one of the court-appointed attorneys. We'll get you moved into
Yes.
their waiting room, okay?
okay, great.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, no worries at all. You're fine.
Okay.
These are 23VB02560 A and B. These are Van Buren Township versus Sebastian Curry. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor,
For the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Curry. Mr. Curry, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Sebastian Curry.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for an arraignment pretrial in this matter. As far as the arraignment, we waive formal reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case. We have an executed plea agreement in which Mr. Curry would be pleading guilty to the civil infraction of careless driving, also pleading responsible to careless driving, pleading guilty to the charge of failure to report an accident, with the understanding the original charges would be dismissed. There's also an understanding and agreed upon amount of restitution for $550, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, I do.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your intention this morning to plead responsible to the added count of careless driving and guilty to failing to report an accident?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been promised anything or threatened in any way to get you to plead guilty and responsible?
No, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch, before I ask Mr. Curry anything else, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Curry's case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled today. That disclosure having been made, Mr. Bowditch, are we prepared to proceed with this plea, or do you need to speak to Mr. Curry?
No, Your Honor, we're prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, is it true that on August 20th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you failed to report an accident?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it also true on that August 20th, 2023 date, you were driving carelessly?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Curry, the court will accept your pleas of responsible to the added count of careless driving, will assess fines and costs of $180 in that case. The court will accept your plea of guilty to failing to report an accident in the A file, will assess restitution the amount of $550 as previously indicated by Mr. Bowditch, will additionally impose a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. I didn't do the math on that, but Mr. Curry, would you need more than 5 days to pay the fines and costs assessed in these cases?
Yes, ma'am.
Then what we'll do, look to see if there's someone on from the collections department. There's no one here from the court's collections department. Sir, there's 3 ways that you can contact the court to set a payment plan. You can go onto the court's website. There's a drop-down box that says contact us, submit a request for a payment plan that way. Or you can call the court, ask to speak to the collections department, or finally, you can come in person and speak to someone on the collection staff to set a payment plan. Please do that sooner rather than later, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Curry, you're free to go, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You too, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Curry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is 230679OD, Swain County Airport versus Gary Gambrill Jr. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Gary Gramble, standing in for counsel of record, Mr. Dan Batar. I've spoken to the prosecutor. We will be adjourning this matter out to November 16th at 10:40 for discovery.
I'm sorry, at 10.
I believe it's 10:40 is what Marianne had for us.
Thank you. Mr. Gambrill, would you state your name for me, please?
I'm sorry, Gary Gambro.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hadley, the court is signing the order for discovery that was attached to the front of the file. We will adjourn this matter out to November the 16th, 2023 at 10:40 a.m. back on Zoom. Back here in number 1 with me, Mr. Gambrill. The notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Gambrill. I'll see you in 2 weeks, sir. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too, ma'am.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I attempted to move Randy Stratton into the main room. I think he got pulled back into the clerk and they renamed him and took my name back off. It's one of my signed cases.
We'll figure out what happened there in just a moment.
I think I may have preemptively stolen from the clerk's room because I saw the name and knew it was one of my appointments.
Oh.
I'll stay in my lane, sorry. Do we have Miss Manor?
Sir with the white t-shirt on? Mr. Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Edwards, have you been in to speak with the clerks this morning yet?
I'm Mr. Hampton. I don't know who Mr. Edwards is.
No. I'm sorry, your name is?
Trayvon Hampton.
Hampton, Mr. Hampton, my apologies. Have you been in to speak with the court staff yet?
No, ma'am.
You should see an invitation to go into a breakout room with them. Please go there and speak to them. They'll verify your information and then get you connected to either the court-appointed attorneys or back in here to the main session with me, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Mr. Hampton, you need to join the breakout room, please.
Good morning,
Yes,
Mr. Hilgendorf.
The invitation.
Is your client with you, sir? Is he logging on separately?
For O Strike, he'll be logging on separately in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
When he logs on, he'll be sent to the clerk's office to verify his address, phone number, etc., before he gets moved into this main session. Do you need to speak to the prosecutor in the interim?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. We'll get you moved in
Got it.
with Mr. Mena. This is 2201960M Van Buren Township versus Randall Stratton. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Randall Stratton, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Stratton, please state your name for the court.
I, Randall Stratton.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the final pretrial in this matter. The case is scheduled at 8:50. It's just 8:39.
Your Honor, I did have communication with the complainant in this matter. He does not want to prosecute this, and so we are moving to dismiss.
Any objection, Mr. Hadley?
None at all, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Stratton, this case is hereby dismissed, sir.
Thank you, Your
You're free
Honor.
to go. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you, you too.
Thank
You're
you, Your
welcome.
Honor.
Thank you. Good morning, Maria.
Good morning.
Do you need to speak to your client, Mr. Gukasian, or are you ready to go?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, briefly, if I could.
Absolutely. We'll get you moved into a breakout room with Ms. Francois.
Thank you.
This is 23WM012650M, Wayne County Airport versus Wendy Francois. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. David Gakassian for Wendy Francois. She is on Zoom and we consent to Zoom. Ms. Francois, can you please state your name for the record?
Wendy Francois. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena on this matter. Mr. Mena has indicated that he will dismiss the misdemeanor, well, he will reduce the misdemeanor charge to a civil infraction of double parking with a $500 fine. I've discussed that with Ms. Francois. Ms. Francois indicates that she will enter a plea of responsible to the amended citation of double parking.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor to plead responsible to the added count of double parking with the understanding and agreement that the breach of security misdemeanor will be dismissed.
Yes.
And your attorney explained the rights you'd be waiving by entering this plea.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, that's still how you wish to proceed.
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on July 17, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Gukasian?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, dismiss the misdemeanor as indicated. The court will impose the fine indicated by your attorney, which I believe was $500, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
$500. Ma'am, do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
5 days to pay, and this matter will be deemed resolved. Anything else on behalf of your client, sir?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Francois, that concludes this matter. You're free to go. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too, sir.
We're where we're supposed to be, Ms. Pringle.
This is 2307490D Van Buren Township versus Jasmine Pringle. May I have your appearances, please?
For the record, Your Honor, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Ms. Pringle. Ms. Pringle, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Jasmine Pringle.
Thank you, ma'am. Your Honor, today is the date and time set for an arraignment. We are requesting an adjournment in this matter. It's actually been requested by the prosecutor. We have no objections.
We're adjourning the pretrial. You're adjourning everything, Mr. Mena. I'm sorry, Mr. Bowditch.
We're adjourning everything, Your Honor.
November 16th?
Your Honor, that date is not good for me. I apologize.
December 7th
December 7th would be fine.
at 8:30.
Thank you. Ms. Pringle, we're adjourning your case in its entirety to November the 7th, I'm sorry, December the 7th at 8:30 a.m. That's back here on Zoom in number 1.
Are you talking to me?
Ms. Pringle,
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
I'll be with you in just one moment, Ms. Powell. Ms. Pringle, notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Pringle, you're free to go. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. This is 21WM00059OT, Wayne County Airport versus Powell. May I have your appearance, please?
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Judge. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. James Van appearing on behalf of the airport, Your Honor.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Nissan Powell. Ms. Powell, please state your name for the record.
Nissan Powell.
Your Honor, we're here for
Thank
a
you.
show.
Today's,
Oh, sorry, go ahead, please.
go ahead, Mr. Hadley. No, you're fine.
I was just going to address the show cause first, Your Honor. Ms. Powell has been is currently in an inpatient treatment facility, Positive Image here in Detroit. We would just ask that the again move forward from the show cause, and as to the arraignment pretrial, we'll waive the formal reading, and we would like to just enter a guilty plea as to the pending charge of forged license, altered license.
Ms. Powell, will you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
I do. Yes.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, you wish to plead guilty as charged to having a forged, altered, or false operating license.
I do, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
Absolutely not. No, Your Honor.
And ma'am, you're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes. Unfortunately, yes. Yes.
Is it true that on January 7th, 2021 at Wayne County Airport, which is located in the city of Romulus, you possess a fraudulent ID?
I did. I did, yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I am, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
I am, Your Honor. Just a very brief moment for allocution when the court's ready for us.
Absolutely, ma'am. The court will accept your plea of guilty as charged to the sole count in this case of the forged or altered or false ID. Mr. Hadley, your allocution.
Thank you, Your Honor. As you just heard from Ms. Powell herself, completely accepts responsibility for her acts. I would point out that this is a 2021 case. She has availed herself of the help. I had a very positive conversation with her. She's going to be at the in-treatment facility with Positive Image for approximately another 20 to 30 days before the completion of her program. When fashioning fines and costs and your sentence in this matter, I would just again ask the court acknowledge that she has taken some very positive steps moving forward. And that's all.
Yes.
Oh, and I'm sorry. And there was a $150 bond that was posted as well, Your Honor. I would like to ask that be applied to any fines and costs.
Absolutely. Ms. Powell, the court appreciates and respects the steps you're making in your life. I noticed when I first logged on where you were, I could tell by the background that you were seeking to improve your life. The court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. There's a, excuse me, $100 fine. There's $100 in costs. There's $75 crime victims fee. There's $50 show cause fee, $100 warrant fees, $15 administrative fee, $50 state costs, $20 fund fee, $50 late fee, and $45 clearance fee. That's $605. The court is able to apply the bond. I understand that you're still 20 or 30 days out from completing your program. What the
Yes.
court can do is put you into the collections room. If you're able to make payments, you can set a payment plan with Maria from the court's collection staff. If you are in a position to do some community service, the court is able to convert your fines and costs with community service. Every hour of community service will equal $15 of the fines and costs owed. So depending on what your financial situation is upon discharge from your program, you can either make arrangements for the payment plan or speak to the court's probation department about community service, okay?
Okay, that sounds great. Yes, thank you so much.
So what we'll do right now is we'll get you moved into the collections department. You'll speak to Maria. If you're able
Okay.
to set a payment plan, great. Otherwise, we'll be on the path to convert some of those fines and costs to community service, okay?
That sounds great. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Powell, good luck to you. Please go speak to Maria. You have a wonderful day and good luck with your program.
You too. Thank you so much, Your Honor. Have a blessed day.
You're welcome. Are we ready with Mr. Ostrike?
Yes, Your Honor.
This is 23WM013130D, Wayne County Airport versus Thomas Ostrike. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Aaron Hilgendorf appearing on behalf of Thomas Ostrike.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Thomas Ostrike.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Mr. Hilgendorf, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, he's going to be pleading guilty to operating while visibly impaired as charged.
Thank you. Mr. Ostrike, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to your attorney this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead guilty as charged to operating while visibly impaired.
Yes.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, understood.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
You're pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty.
Yes.
Mr. Ostrike, is it true that on July 25th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were intoxicated?
That would be June 8th, I believe, actually.
I have June 8th.
I'm looking at the citation. Is it June 8th? The citation says July the 25th.
I think that was the issuance date, Your Honor. The actual offense occurred on July 8th, 2023.
July 8th. Thank you.
Or June 8th. I'm sorry. My apologies. June 8th.
June 8th. Mr. Ostrike, again, is it true that on June the 8th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, city of Romulus, you operated a motor vehicle while you were intoxicated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, thank you, Mr. Hilgendorf. Mr. Ostrike, the court will accept your plea of guilty as charged to operating while visibly impaired. Sir, because this is a drinking and driving offense, the court will refer the matter to the probation department. They will be in contact with you by email and by phone. There will be forms for you to complete. There'll be an interview for you to complete. They will develop a sentence recommendation and have you scheduled to come back to this court for sentencing, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hilgendorf?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ostrike, good luck to you, sir. I'll see you at sentencing.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too.
This is 2307660M, Van Buren Township versus Hampton.
Apologies, Your
No
Honor.
worries.
For the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Hampton. Your Honor, we're going to adjourn this for discovery.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Trayvon Hampton, Your Honor.
Thank you. For arraignment purposes, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Arraignment, Mr. Bowditch?
Yes, Your Honor.
Guilty, not guilty, stand mute.
Oh, are we doing the arraignment today, Your Honor? I'd waive formal reading, stand mute. I apologize, Your Honor. I thought we were
No
going to adjourn
worries.
the whole thing. But yet, we're going to waive the formal reading.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton, the court will set your bond in this case at $5,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the matter is resolved in its entirety. A condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant in this case, that being Max Hernandez. Marianne, the adjourned pretrial date will be
December 7th at 8:40.
December 7th at 8:40 a.m. Mr. Hampton is your return date. We'll be back here on Zoom, back here in number 1 with me. Between now and the time you appear for that December 7th date, please present yourself to the Van Buren Township Police Department to have your fingerprints taken. The prosecutor has presented the court with an order for fingerprints that has been signed. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hampton, that concludes this matter. Notice of that December 7th date will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Thank you. I saw someone else log in and they were walking around downstairs in the lobby.
Mr. Mena, if you're available and like to grab you in your breakout room, sir.
All right, meet you there.
Yep. I'm good, Robin. I am. Absolutely. What's your schedule look like? Maybe how soon are you looking to talk? Sometime on Saturday is fine. Double check. Early afternoon on Saturday, maybe sometime between like noon and 4. That sounds good. Either maybe mortgage or craft it in their coffee drink. Do you know where the new development is for the families? Right there at Main Street. Gloria. Sounds good. Okay. I gotta go. Somebody just came out. I'll talk to you. Okay. Bye-bye. This is 20VB054222 AOT, Van Buren Township versus Christian Harris. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Christian Harris.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for an arraignment in this matter. Waive formal reading, stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case, Your Honor. Mr. Harris wishes to plead guilty to an added count of no operator's license on person, with the understanding the original charge would be dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, before I take your client's plea in this matter, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Harris's case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled today. Do you need the opportunity to speak to your client, or are you prepared to proceed with the plea?
We're prepared to proceed with the plea, Your Honor. We have no objection.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, after having that conversation, is your intention this morning to plead guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person?
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Your Honor.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on October 31st, 2020 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Harris, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person, will dismiss the original charge of driving while license suspended. Before the court imposes fines and costs, Mr. Harris, have you cleared up whatever license issue you've had?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any comment before, I'm sorry, Mr. Harris, you were saying something?
I said I'm still paying off tickets, but I have my license, though.
Okay. Anything before fines and costs are imposed, Mr. Bowditch?
No, nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, the court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. It's a $100 fine, $100 in costs. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $100 in warrant fees, $50 administrative fee, $50 mandatory state costs, $20 fund fee, $50 late fee, and $45 clearance fee. That's $590. The court is able to apply the bond that you previously posted in this matter, and the remaining ballots can be included in a payment plan. I note that you have other outstanding matters with this court. Mr. Harris, before you leave today, we can move you into a breakout room. You can speak with Maria from the court staff. She'll be able to put you on a payment plan for these other matters as well as this one, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Harris, you'll see an invitation to go into that breakout room with Maria in the court's collection department. Please talk to her about payment plan. Other than that, sir, you have a wonderful day. Oh, he's gone.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Trying to move Mr. Gresham back in.
Did you say? Marianne, maybe it's more serious if I sign it twice.
Yeah, you got that right.
Mr. Fanto, who are you here for, sir?
Morning, Your Honor. Is Scott Springer, who I believe is in the process of checking in.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm here.
This is 23WM013850T, Wayne County Airport versus Terrence Grisham. May I have your appearance, please?
The record, Your Honor, James Mena appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Terrence Grisham. Mr. Grisham, please state your name.
Terrence Gresham.
Thank you. Your Honor, we're going to be asking for an adjournment. We had a little bit of follow-up with some discovery, and we're going to try to get evidence of compliance in advance for our next hearing.
Thank you. Mr. Hadley, not my only concern, my primary concern right now is that this case has been with this court since August the 7th. It was previously adjourned without Mr. Gresham being arraigned. Do you want to adjourn the arraignment and the pretrial, or do you want to arraign your client this morning?
We can go ahead and we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, Your Honor. Ask the court to enter a personal recognizance bond. Again, Mr. Gresham shown up for the prior appearances. And again, looks forward to getting this cleared up.
Absolutely. Thank you. The bond will be set at 1,000 personal, sir. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed until this matter is resolved in its entirety. The new pretrial date will be
November 16th at 8:30.
November 16th at 8:30. Mr. Gresham will be back here on Zoom in number 1 with me. Notice will be mailed to you at the address you verified with court staff this morning. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Gresham. I'll see you in 2 weeks, sir. You have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
I've got a quick housekeeping matter, if I can, Your Honor. Is Mary Ann moving these into Jeff's room, or is Jeff grabbing the ones that are titled to me? Do you guys know?
You think that Jeff is moving people into his breakout rooms? Seriously, Mr. Hadley?
I'm just kind of wondering to keep the ones that are already assigned to me that I have discovery on keep winding up in his meeting room. I think we're kind of repeating the same.
There's a better chance of Mr. Mena moving people for you than Mr. Bowdish moving people. But we'll check into it as a housekeeping matter, Mary Ann.
I'll go get back in his ear.
I'm not sure
Thank
how
you,
to
Your
take
Honor.
that, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge. I hadn't had a chance to say good morning. I didn't want to interrupt. I'm just patiently waiting for mine to be assigned.
Good morning, Miss Medina.
To go
I saw you
in.
sitting there. Figured you were on with someone else.
No,
Mary Ann,
just
I
cabinet.
made light of the issue. Oh. This is 2307690M Van Buren Township versus Scott Springer. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Fant on behalf of Mr. Springer. Mr. Springer, turn your camera on, please. There you are. Okay. Judge, we'd waive formal reading, stand mute.
Mr. Springer, state your name for me, please, sir.
First name Scott, last name Springer.
Thank you. And for, sir, the court will set your bond in this matter at 5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. A condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the victim, in this case, Mr. Richard Henry. And sir, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact third persons, no contact through social media. Should this court receive reports that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with Mr. Richard Henry, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked, and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And Mr. Fanto, ask for the pretrial.
Judge, Ms. Manarino and I have spoken. She wants to make a couple phone calls. If we could set this for December 7th.
Absolutely. We'll get a time for Mary Ann for the December 7th docket for an adjourned pretrial.
Is this for, I'm sorry, Judge, is this for a formal hearing?
For pretrial for Mr.
pretrial.
Springer.
Sure, at 8:40.
At 8:40 a.m., we'll be back here on Zoom in courtroom number 1. Mr. Springer, between now and the time that you reappear, please report to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety. You have your fingerprints taken. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Fanto?
No, Your Honor. Thank you, Scott. Call me when we're done here, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Springer, good luck to you. I'll see you in a month.
Thank you, Your
Thank you.
Honor. Thank you, Angela.
Thanks, Jeff.
Angela, I'm moving Hopkins in right now.
Okay.
This is 23WM01749. This is Wayne County Airport versus Hacharenko.
Morning, Your Honor. Jason appearing on behalf of the airport.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alexandra Veletskaya for defendant Vasyl Hancharenko.
Thank you, ma'am. Have you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Mena this morning?
Yes, Your Honor.
How are we proceeding?
We are doing double parking with the original charge, with the understanding that the original charge will be dismissed. And I have the authority to accept responsibility on behalf of my client.
Thank you. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay the $300?
No, Your Honor.
Accepting the plea of responsible, 5 days to pay $300 on the double parking. The original charge of disobeying a stop sign is dismissed. Anything else this morning, ma'am?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
These are 23VB03034, A, B, and C. These are Van Buren Township versus Thomas Hopkins. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Thomas Hopkins. Mr. Hopkins, please state your name for the court.
Thomas Hopkins.
Thank
Your
you.
Honor,
Mr. Hadley, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty, and ask for a PR bond in the matter. I've spoken with Ms. Manarino. We're going to need a little bit of time for discovery. This was a traffic-related incident that began in Van Buren Township, but ended in Canton. So we're going to need to retrieve some documents from the Canton Police Department.
Thank you so much.
At least that's my understanding, Ms. Manarino.
Yes, and I believe there was already a discovery order entered in this matter, Your Honor. So once I obtain whatever discovery Canton has, I'll provide that to Mr. Hadley.
There is an order for discovery already signed in this matter, Mr. Hadley. Mr. Hopkins, the court will set your bond at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. That adjourned pretrial date will be.
Josh, do you need to go out to December?
I think based on what the 16th is looking like, that's probably best.
Okay, December 7th at 8:40.
Mr. Hopkins, your return date to this court will be December 7th at 8:40 a.m. Back on Zoom, back here with me in number 1. Notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address you verified with the clerks this morning, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else, You're welcome, sir. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Hopkins, you're free to go, sir. You have a wonderful day.
You do the same.
Thank you. Mr. Browning, turn your camera on for me, please. This is 2303110M, Van Buren Township versus DeMarco Browning. Take your hood off your head. State your name for the record, sir.
I'm DeMarco Cortez Browning. How you doing this morning?
I am super, Mr. Browning. How are you?
Pretty good. Thank you for asking.
Sir, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You wish to proceed on your own?
I'm wishing to get an adjourned case again. More time to find my own lawyer.
Have you spoken? I heard you. Have you spoken to Ms. Manarino this morning?
Yes, I have.
Okay, Ms. Manarino.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. Browning. He indicates that he needs approximately 30 days to retain counsel. I know the court has adjourned this matter a couple of times already, but I don't have any objection to one final adjournment so that he can retain counsel.
Mr. Browning, what the court will do in the interim is this case is currently in warrant status because you failed to appear back on October the 5th.
Yeah, I had my dates confused for the following week.
Okay.
Of that week. But I didn't intentionally miss court.
Mr. Browning, what the court will do is recall that warrant. Set your bond at 5,000 personal. Have you said mute to the charges just until you're able to retain the attorney?
You said $5,000? You said $5,000
personal. Mr. Browning, personal. You don't need to post any money, sir, but will you? Mr. Browning?
Yes, sorry about that.
You don't need to, sir, you don't need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. The court is concerned that you were previously scheduled to be here and you failed to appear. Ms. Manarino has indicated that she had conversation with you and you need approximately 30 days to hire your own attorney, which this case was adjourned from September the 7th until October the 5th for you to retain an attorney. You did not do that. So this will be the last adjournment of this case. Your return date will be set at December the 7th, 2023. By Zoom, back here with me, we'll get a time for Mary Ann in just 1 second.
8:50.
8:50 a.m. December 7th, 8:50 a.m. back here on Zoom. Mr. Browning, retain your attorney sooner rather than later. Have them file an appearance with the court. They know how to do that, and they can be in contact or communication with Ms. Manarino. Between now and the time you reappear, sir, you need to present yourself to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety to have your fingerprints taken. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Browning?
Yes, what's the process of having my fingerprint taken?
There was an order presented by the prosecutor. I have signed it. Do you know where the township's public safety department is?
Yes. Wait. I know the courthouse. Is that the same location?
It's not. It's not even the same city, sir. This is Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety.
Right, which is down the street from Romley?
Thank you. Yes, sir. It's 1, 2, 3 exits away.
Okay.
What we'll do, Mary Ann, would you, or Ms. Manarino probably already knows this. Do you have the address handy for the public safety department so you can give it to Mr. Brown? Mr. Brown, do you have paper and pencil to write the address down?
Yes, 1 second. Okay, I am ready.
It's 46425 Tyler Road.
Tyler Road. Okay.
So it's on Tyler, just west of Belleville Road.
West of Belleville. And I just go there to have my fingerprint?
Yes.
Stand? Okay, got it. And how much time do I have then?
The court will send the police department a copy of the order as well. So they'll have that for you.
Okay. Do I have a certain time duration or that's just within the 30 days?
Before your next court date. So between now and December 7th.
Okay, copy that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Anything else, Mr. Browning?
No, that's it, Your Honor.
I'll see you on December 7th. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
You too. Mr. Braganini, the court just received a notice that your attorney is running late, but they'll be here. As soon as they get here, we'll get you connected.
Very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. This is 2307380M, Van Buren Township versus Malik Reeves. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch, appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Reeves. Your Honor, at this point, we're requesting an adjournment in this matter. There's still a little discovery that I have to pick up.
Mr. Reeves, would you state your name for me, please, sir?
Malik Reeves.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, your client has not been arraigned yet. Are you looking to arraign him this morning? Or are you looking to adjourn the arraignment and the pretrial?
Your Honor, we'll go ahead with the arraignment today. We'll waive formal reading and stand mute.
My recommendation, Mr. Reeves, is that the Public Safety Department does not oppose personal bond. The court will set your bond at $5,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed until this matter is resolved in its entirety. Condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant in this case, that being Corliss Limit, Limmitt. Do you have any reason to be in contact or communication with this person?
No, ma'am.
Sir, no contact means no contact, no direct contact, no contact through social media, no contact through third parties. If the court receives reports that you made efforts to be in contact or communication with the complainant, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. May I speak?
Absolutely.
The apartment that I currently lived in, Corliss Limit, lived right underneath me. And the apartment, they gave me until the 31st to move out of that apartment. But as soon as the whole situation happened, what started this, I immediately packed up all my stuff and moved out. So I haven't been at that apartment since around October 10th, just to stay away from all of this.
Thank you, Mr. Reeves.
No problem.
Mr. Bowditch, I made a note in the file that discovery is ongoing. The return date will be
December 7th at 8:30.
December 7th at 8:30. That's back here on Zoom in number 1 with me, Mr. Reeves. I heard you indicate that you moved on October the 10th. Have you provided, or did you provide the court staff with your updated address or someplace where you will be able to receive mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Reeves, I will see you back here on December 7th, sir. Good luck to you. Have a good afternoon.
You too. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is 23WM017890T, Wayne County Airport versus Richard Brown.
How you doing?
I am wonderful, Mr. Brown. I'm going to have you sit tight for just one moment. I just want to clarify with you that the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor, Mr. Mena?
I did.
There is a note in the file that the offer to you is plead responsible to the added count of double parking, and the misdemeanor will be dismissed with cost of $400. Did you discuss that with Mr. Mena?
Mr. Miller said it would be less than that.
No, let's wait to get him out here. As soon as he comes out, I'll recall the case and figure out from him what the updated plea offer is. Okay?
Yeah, he didn't say 400. He actually said 300.
Mr. Brown, just sit tight. He'll be out just one moment. It looks like he's in meeting with one other person. When he comes out, we'll recall the matter. You'll be the first case I recall when he comes out.
Okay.
Mr. Mena, can I get a real quick audience with you?
Sure.
Oh,
John.
wait a minute. Let me
Oh,
real
sorry,
quick.
Your Honor.
Mr. Mena, with Mr. Brown, with the double parking, your plea form in the file says 400. He indicates to the court that it's 300.
Yes, Your Honor, I've reduced it to 300. I appreciated his story and what
Thank you.
what circumstances behind it.
Laughing and playing with them people.
No. Ooh.
That's okay. You have some time on it.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, that issue having been clarified, you wish to accept the offer made by the prosecutor and plead responsible to double parking?
Yes. Is it a way that I can get more time to pay the ticket?
What is more time to you, sir?
90 days.
No, not 90 days, sir. What I can do, what we will do this morning, Mr. Brown, is move you into the collections department. The court has well, as a matter of formality, let's do this. Raise your right hand for me, please, Mr. Brown. Do
Yeah,
you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Brown, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
I'm sorry. Your phone broke up. I'm sorry.
I said, sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on October 4th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Court accepts your plea responsible to the added count of double parking, will dismiss the original charge of the registration or plate violation. The court will impose fine of $300. Mr. Brown, the court heard your indication that you needed 90 days to pay. We will move you into the court's collection room right now. There's someone in there to set a payment plan for you.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. I appreciate that.
Anything, no worries, Mr. Brown. Anything else before you go on to speak to Maria?
That'll be all.
Thank you. Have a good day, sir.
You too.
Thank you. This is 23WM017910T. This is Wayne County Airport versus Jacob McClure. State your name for me, please.
Jacob McClure.
Mr. McClure, the way the court staff have you labeled indicate that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You intend to proceed on your own?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, did you have the opportunity to speak to the prosecutor for the airport this morning, Mr. Mena?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you reach an agreement with him?
Yes.
And what was that agreement, sir?
The agreement that it was going to be taken to a citation.
Citation of?
I want to say a traffic violation.
Mr. McClure, what the plea offer that's written in the file says no operator's license on person. Was that your understanding?
That would be my understanding. I'm sorry. Yes.
Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. Mr. McClure, you understand that the court accepts your plea this morning. You will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on October the 4th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport in the city of Romulus, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes. I was getting lunch
Sir,
at work. Yes.
I'm sorry?
I was getting lunch at work. I was on my lunch break. Yeah.
Sir, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count of double parking. I'm sorry, guilty to the no operator's license on person, will dismiss the original charge of driving while license suspended. The court will impose minimal fines and costs in this matter. There's a $100 fine, there's $100 in cost, there's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, there's $50 mandatory state costs and $20 fund fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Then, Mr. McClure, what the court will do at the conclusion of this matter is move you into the collections department. There is someone in there that can set a payment plan for that.
Okay.
You have some additional matters with this court, Mr. McClure. There are warrants outstanding for you in 23HR 07537 A and D. These are Huron Township versus McClure. Sir, one of these are from July the 15th, 2023. It looks like you previously appeared in court, but then you failed to appear on September the 14th. The court will recall the warrants. And if you give us a moment, Mary Ann will get a court date for you for Huron Township.
Okay.
And set your bond, sir, at 1,000 personal. You don't need to post any money, but what you must do is appear to resolve these Huron Township matters.
Right. Yeah. It was never in my intention not to have a
I know life gets in the way sometimes.
November 30th at 9 o'clock with Judge Oakley.
November 30th at 9 a.m. and that will be in person, Mr. McClure, in courtroom number 2 with Judge Oakley. Did you verify your address with the court staff this morning, sir?
I believe so, yes. Yes, I did.
They will mail those notices to you, the Huron notice and the notices to appear for Judge Oakley for the Huron cases. They will mail it to you at the address we have on record.
Okay.
Mr. McClure, let's get you into the collections department, sir. Thank you.
I see. No, thank you.
This is 23WM014580M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Ashley Davis. Your appearances, please.
Yes, I'm Ashley.
Your Honor, I think, where did Mr. Mena go?
We'll pass this matter until Mr. Mena comes out.
He's in collections. I'll go meet with him.
Mr. Mena's in collections?
He was.
No, Mr. Mena's right here. Ashley Davis, Mr.
I was
Mena.
in collections for some reasons. I don't know where. How I
So, Your
ended up.
Honor, you can still pass, David. I need to speak with the prosecutor still.
Let's get Mr. McClure into collections. We'll pass Ms. Davis for a moment. Ms. Medina is here and we'll get her case called 23WM 00448OM, Wayne County Airport versus Brittany Cabanis. Appearances, please.
Your Honor, I wasn't sure if Mr. Mena was gonna put his appearance on the record. Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Ms. Cabanis. Ms. Cabanis, would you please say your full name for the record?
Brittany Cabanis.
Your Honor,
Thank you, Ms. Medina. How?
Sorry, go ahead, Judge. Oh, sorry, Your Honor. So I did have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Mena, Your Honor. At this time, they are inclined to dismiss the original charge. In exchange, Ms. Cabanis would be pleading responsible to 1 count of double parking with agreed upon fine of $250, Your Honor.
Ms. Cabanis, you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Medina and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties this morning.
I'm in court. I'm in court.
Are you the red owner?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have your ID? Mine? Yeah. Well, I don't have mine. Just asking. Yeah, I got my ID. Okay. Can I see it?
Was that law enforcement, Ms. Cabanis?
I think so, Your Honor.
Do we need to pass this matter?
No. Can I finish court?
Yeah.
She said I could finish court.
So she's the red owner.
My question to you was, you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Medina this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead responsible to the added count of double parking.
Yes.
They just take my fucking
You want to take me?
They got yours?
No.
Ms. Cabanis, on March the 30th, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, the city of Romulus, where you double park contrary to law.
Don't do that. You're doing too much.
Ms. Cabanis?
Yes.
First of all, take that out of your mouth.
Ms. Cabanis, the question is on March 30th, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, city of Romulus, where you double park contrary to law.
Yes.
Court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, will dismiss the breach of security, will impose fines of $250. The court will apply your bond to this case. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the balance?
Yes.
Then the next thing you'll see is an invitation to go into the collections room. You'll go in there, you'll speak with Maria. You'll set a payment plan on your remaining balance. Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Cabanis, please go speak to the collections department. Ashley Davis?
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney.
Yes.
Recall a 23WM01458OM.
Yeah.
Mr. Hadley, what are we doing in this case?
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Ashley Davis. Your Honor, we did obtain paper discovery in this matter after having a chance to meet with my client. We're going to be requesting video discovery, so we'll ask for an adjournment to allow us to get the video discovery.
Attorney, I want to change my mind. Can you just tell her just to give me my fine so I can pay him, and I can tell her I can pay him in 5 days?
She can hear you. You're telling the judge yourself.
Okay, Judge, could you just let me know what I'm fine with, and I'll be willing to pay it?
Mr. Hadley, do you need a moment to speak to Ms. Davis?
No, Your Honor. In fact, we were almost at this point previously. She did indicate at one point that she did want to accept the plea, and then kind of a change. Ms. Davis, if this is your intent, we can move forward right now with sentencing.
Yep.
Your Honor, at
Ms.
that
Davis?
point, I had offered that she'd plead guilty to fail to obey and dismiss the other 2 charges.
You're actually, that would be to no, that's on Thomas.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Davis was the passenger.
Just a failed.
Ms. Davis, please put your face on the screen and raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, so if you could
Thank you.
accept
You may
the
put your hand down.
application to
Do you have the
Roland
opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley? You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty as charged to
Yes.
failing to obey the police officer at the airport?
Yes.
You understand that if I accept your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Freely, just doing it because I know I'm guilty.
Is it true that on August 15, 2023, at Wayne County Airport, which is the city of Romulus, you failed to pay a police officer who was in the course and scope of their employment?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything before fines and costs are imposed, Mr. Hadley?
Your Honor, I would just point out again that Ms. Davis just now in front of the court said that she accepts responsibility for the matter and just wants to move on and put this behind her.
Yes.
Anything, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Hear us, Wayne?
Thank you. Ms. Davis, fine of $100, cost of $100, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fine fee. That's $345. Do you need more than 5 days to pay this amount?
No.
5 days to pay and this matter will be resolved. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Davis, good luck to you. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you. How do I pay?
You can pay online, you can pay in person.
So like when I look up the ticket, like when you type in your information, it'll pop up now in the system?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you. Are we ready on? No, I don't see the attorney. Okay. Are we ready on Fulton?
Ready, Your Honor.
This is 2307650D. This is Van Buren Township versus Fulton. Your appearances, please.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Fulton. Mr. Fulton, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Haji Fulton.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, Mr. Fulton is charged with OWI in this matter, but he does have some outstanding matters. Ms. Manarino and I have spoken. We'd like to recall some warrants and enter somewhat of a universal plea to all these matters for judicial economy.
The problem, sir, is that the court does not have the warrant files. The court just has the operating while intoxicated and the driving while license suspended. So if you want to or are able to specifically identify the warrant files.
I have the other files, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Excuse me, 21 VB 01590 A and B. 21 VB 02033A. And 21 VB 02148. And I don't know, Your Honor, if those are all in warrant status or if they need to go to show cause, but I know Mr. Fulton has missed court dates on those cases previously.
The note from the clerk is that those files are all in warrant. They're to the warrant clerk. I can't tell if the warrants have actually been entered, but if they have been entered, we will recall the warrants. If they haven't been entered, we'll cancel the order to enter the warrants. That being the case, Mr. Bowditch, in this case being scheduled for arraignment pretrial, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, once again, we would waive the formal reading of all these charges and we would stand mute. And we do have a universal plea, Your Honor, in which Mr. Fulton would be pleading to 4 counts of no operator's license on person, 1 count of operating while visibly impaired, and 1 count of failure to report an accident, with the understanding that clears up Mr. Fulton's prior matters.
Thank you. Mr. Fulton, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Mr. Bowditch, before I ask anything of your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I made that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in these cases. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't have any impact on how this court rules in any matter. That having been disclosed, are we prepared to proceed in these files this morning?
Yes, Your Honor, we're prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Fulton, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your intention and desire this morning to plead as follows to the matters before the court? 4 counts of operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on person, 1 failing to report an accident, and 1 operating while visibly impaired.
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your pleas this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering these pleas freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty, sir, because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, for purposes of the case before the court this morning, is it true that on September 23rd, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired?
Yes.
Sir, is it also true on that date and time that you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
I just need to get the other dates. Mr. Fulton, is it also true that on September 3rd, 2021, again in Van Buren Township, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
And on that same date, sir, you failed to report an accident?
Yes.
And on December 1st, 2021, again in Van Buren Township, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
And then the last one, Mr. Fulton, on December 28th, 2021, again in Van Buren Township, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
The court will accept your pleas in the cases as indicated. Mr. Fulton, have you resolved your license issue?
Not yet. I'm still paying off a few tickets at Romulus, and then my license should be resolved.
Are all of your license driving issues from this court?
90% of them, yes.
Mr. Fulton, what we'll do is, because this is the court has accepted your plea in this drinking and driving case, what we typically do is have you go to the probation department. They'll interview you and develop a sentence recommendation for you. You had not had bond set in this matter. The court will set your bond at $5,000 personal in this case, and in the other cases where the warrants have been recalled, $1,000 personal. My secretary will pull the files. We will have the probation department develop the sentence recommendation for this file, the 230765. And when you come back, we'll do fines and costs on all files at the same time, all 4 files at the same time. If we can look into this and figure out a better way to do this, the files already show that you owe the court $3,000 on all of your outstanding matters from this case in 2021 through today's case. And so I want to be sure that we cover everything, resolve everything, and impose fines and costs that are reasonable given the number of license matters you pled guilty to this morning, if that makes sense to you.
It does.
Thank
Okay.
you, Your Honor.
Anything else right now in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Fulton, the probation department will be in contact with you by phone and by email. Please respond to them. They'll get all your cases together and get you back here for me for sentencing sooner rather than later, okay?
Okay. It would be another Zoom or
Sentencing will be in person, sir.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Fulton. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Fulton.
This is 230728OD. This is Van Buren Township versus Jacob Han. May I have your appearances, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joseph Schwerb representing Mr. Haney. Hayne. You get it right one of these days.
Mr. Hayes, state your name for the record, please.
Jacob Hayne.
Thank you. Today is the day and time. It's spelled right on the file, sir, but I had to take a shot at pronouncing it, but I'll get it right going forward. Mr. Haynes, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to talk to Ms. Manarino. At this time, my client's prepared to tender a plea of guilty to the added charge of operating while visibly impaired, with the understanding the original charge of driving while intoxicated would be dismissed.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Haynes, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Mr. Sherrod, before I ask your client anything else, I want to disclose to you on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are you prepared to proceed with this plea?
Yes, Your Honor, of course.
Thank you. Mr. Hayne, sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Hayne, is it true that on September the 9th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you were visibly impaired?
Yes.
Mr. Schwerb, would you like to inquire further of your client?
No, Your Honor. I'm satisfied this factual
Set-
basis.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Hayne, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired and dismiss the original charge of operating while intoxicated. As is this court's policy with drinking and driving offenses, the matter will be referred to the probation department. They will interview you, develop a sentence recommendation, and schedule your return to this courtroom to be sentenced. Mr. Schwerb, as this is your client's first appearance, there was not a bond in this matter. Just as a procedural matter, the court will set the bond at $5,000 personal. He doesn't need to post any money, but what he does need to do is participate with probation until sentence is imposed in this matter. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Hayne?
Yes, Your Honor. Will that sentencing date be set today?
Will it be set today?
Yes, Your Honor.
No, sir, because probation will email him and call him, and after they do their interview with him is when they'll schedule the
Well, that
sentence
answers
date.
my
If the
second
date
question.
that-
He will get an email with the date and how to contact probation.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
You too.
This is 23WM01837A. This is Wayne County Airport versus Andrew Kersia.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mike Grandsire on behalf of Mr. Kurgis. And
State your
Your
name for
Honor,
me,
I-
please, sir.
Andrew Kurgis?
Thank you.
And Your Honor, I did speak with James Mena, as well as Mr. Zick in regard to this matter. And I believe that we have resolved the case in terms of both original charges would be dismissed in exchange for a plea of guilty to allowing unlicensed driver to drive, the 0-point non-reported offense. Mr. Kurgis understands all of his rights, especially that right to take the original matters to trial or hearing. He understands he has the right for further discovery, motions, everything else. He is in agreement with this, understanding the different maximum possible penalties. Is all that correct, Mr. Kurgis?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Kurgis, do me a favor. Raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Again, you've had the opportunity to speak to your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Granzier explained to you the right you'd be waiving by entering a plea of guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, you still wish to plead that way, allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, is it true that on October 11, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, the city of Romulus, you allowed an unlicensed driver to drive?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not
Yes,
you,
Your
your
Honor.
attorney, sir. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Sir, the court, Mr. Kurgis, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count of allowing an unlicensed driver to drive and will dismiss the original violation of the restricted license as well as the disobeying the traffic control device. Anything before fines and costs are imposed in this matter, sir?
Your
No, Your
Honor,
Honor.
just very briefly, there was no accident, no children in the car, no alcohol or drugs. He was very cooperative with the police officer. He has nothing else pending. He's working full time. We would ask for cost, fines, and fees. I believe he could either pay those today or within 5 days.
Thank you. The court will impose the following: $100 fine, $100 in cost, $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. And sir, is your indication your client can pay that within 5 days?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
5 days to pay. The civil infraction is dismissed. Anything else on behalf of your client, sir?
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes these matters. Mr. Kurgis, good luck to you, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Simon?
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. It's Orlando Simone.
Simone, thank you.
Thank you.
I have a small problem. I'm looking for the file and I don't see an Orlando Simone. Miss Hill. Wait. Oh, I see. Oh, Mr. Simone.
Did
Simone.
you find it, Your Honor?
I did. I have it
did get the
reversed. I'm looking for
confirmation.
you to be the way it's labeled. I'm looking for you to be the defendant. This is 23WM018430M. This is Wayne County Airport versus Kyle Hill. May I have your appearances, please?
And Your Honor, for the record, Orlando Simone, Student Legal Services, on behalf and with Ms. Hill, who is appearing via Zoom.
State your name for me, please, Ms. Hill.
Kyle Hill.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding, sir?
And Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Mena about this case, and we have a resolution whereby the Wayne County Airport would be amending to a double parking civil infraction. My client would admit responsibility to that, and the misdemeanor charge would be dismissed. It's our understanding fines and costs would be $400. My client would have 5 days to pay that.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to discuss this case with your attorney. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, is your understanding and agreement that you'll be tendering a plea of responsible to the added count of double parking and the checkpoint violation misdemeanor will be dismissed?
Yes.
And your attorney explained to you the right you'd be waiving by entering such a plea?
Yes.
And you've agreed to waive your right to have a trial in this matter and defend in any way?
Yes.
Is it true that on October 13, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, sir?
Very satisfied, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, the court will accept your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. Will dismiss the checkpoint violation. The court will impose the $400 fine discussed and agreed to between your attorney and the prosecutor. Ma'am, are you able to pay that amount within 5 days?
Yes.
5 days to pay, and that will conclude this matter. Anything else on behalf of your client, sir?
Nothing further, Your Honor. If I may, just a quick question, and that is, can my client pay online?
Yes. You log
Very
onto the
well.
court's website and type in the citation number. You'll be able to pay it online.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You're welcome. You too, sir.
Thank you.
Ms. Hill, you're all set.
Okay, thank you.
This is Ms. Blackman. Turn your video on for me, please. 23VB02236 AOT, Van Buren Township versus Alicia Blackman.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
State your name, ma'am.
Alicia Blackman.
Thank you. Ms. Blackman, the way the court staff have you labeled indicates that you're waiving your right to have the assistance of the court-appointed attorney this morning. Is that correct?
Yes.
You intend to proceed on your own?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Manarino, the prosecutor?
Yes.
Ms. Manarino, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I made an offer to Ms. Blackman to reduce the driving on a suspended license to no ops. It's my understanding she wants to accept that.
Yeah.
Ms. Blackman, before I take your plea in this matter, I want to disclose to you that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about your case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That being disclosed to you, do you still wish to proceed with the plea?
Yes.
Ma'am, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Because what?
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Is it true, ma'am, that on July 13, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person, will dismiss the driving while license suspended charge. Is there anything you'd like to say before fines and costs are imposed in this matter?
No.
Ma'am, the court will impose the following: a fine of $100, cost of $100. There's $75 mandatory crime victims fee. There's $100 in show cause fees for failures to appear. There's a $50 warrant fee, a $15 administrative fee. There's $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's a total of $510. Court is able to apply the bond of $150. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the balance?
Yes.
Ms. Blackman, the next thing you'll see is an invitation to go into the breakout room to meet with Maria from the court's collection staff. Go there with her, set a payment plan in this matter, okay?
Okay.
They can add it to your existing payment plan. You have a good day. Please join and speak with Maria.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Take your caps off. I will call your cases. Just give me a moment, please. This is 23WM01314OM, Wayne County Airport versus Julius Tuma. Your appearances, please.
Jason Mena for the airport.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley.
Take your hats off.
Oh.
Mr. Tuma, state your name for the record, sir.
Julius Tuma.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Hadley, I stepped on you. Today is the day and
No, no,
time
it's
set for
okay.
the pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I've spoken to Mr. Tuma. We're going to be asking for a brief adjournment to allow him to pay the monies owed to standard parking, and the matter will be dismissed.
I have no objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Hadley, it does not appear that he's been arraigned. Do you want to adjourn the arraignment of pretrial, or do you want to arraign him this morning?
Your Honor, let's go ahead and waive the formal reading of the arraignment, enter a plea of not guilty at this time, and ask for a PR bond be issued. Mr. Tuma has appeared at all appearances, is currently employed by the MDOC. No reason to believe he's not going to be complying as he's promised.
Thank you. The bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. Mr. Tuma, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by this court until the matter is resolved in its entirety. Your adjourn date will be
November 16th at 8:50.
November 16th at 8:50 a.m. That's back here on Zoom in number 1 with me. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Tuma, I'll see you on the 16th. You have a good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
This is 2307640D Van Buren Township versus Massey. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
You're muted.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Miss Massey. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for an arraignment in this matter. We waive formal reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case, Your Honor. In this case, Miss Mariana Massey wishes to plead guilty to an added count of operating while visibly impaired, with the understanding the original charge would be dismissed. I have explained to her her rights. I believe this plea is knowingly and voluntarily made.
Thank you. Ma'am, would you state your name for me, please?
Yes, Amari.
I'm sorry, your audio is breaking up, ma'am.
Amariana Massey.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, as a matter of course, let's set the bond in this matter at 5,000 personal condition of the bond based on the allegations. Ma'am, you are not to purchase, possess, consume any alcoholic beverages until further order of the court. Additionally, Mr. Bowditch, you're aware of, and I want to disclose on the record in this case, that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband's not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department, doesn't know anything about this case, doesn't even know that it's scheduled. Do you need the opportunity to speak to your client, or you're prepared to proceed with the plea, sir?
We're prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Massey, you've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, ma'am, you wish to plead guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Your Honor.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or stand cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor. And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Ma'am, are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Ma'am, is it true that on October 7th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle while you're visibly impaired by some intoxicants?
Yes.
Ma'am, do you have any dispute to the allegations contained in the complaint in this matter that your blood alcohol content at that date and time was 0.187?
No.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. The court will accept your plea of guilty to the added count of operating while visibly impaired and dismiss the original charge of operating with a blood alcohol content of 0.17 or more. Because this is a drinking and driving offense, Ms. Massey, the next step in these proceedings is that the matter will be referred to the probation department. They will be in contact with you by phone and by email. There will be forms for you to complete. There will be an interview for you to complete with the probation officer. He will develop a sentence recommendation and schedule you to return to this court for sentencing.
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Massey, you're free to go. I'll see you at your sentencing, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There is an interpreter here for which case, please?
Good morning, Your Honor, for Ali Naji Zayed. It's 23 WM 01221.
I'm sorry, ma'am, at what time?
10:30.
Okay. Zayed, thank you.
Yes.
I'm looking for either the attorney or the defendant. I don't see them as of yet, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. This is 2302580M, Van Buren Township versus Michael Sisler. Your appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Sisler. Mr. Sisler, would you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Michael George Sisler.
Good morning, Mr. Sisler. Today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this case. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, Mr. Sisler is prepared to plead guilty as charged. The recommendation is that that plea be taken under 771.1 for a period of 6 months. And I believe there was restitution of 2010. Angela, if you could confirm that for me. $10 restitution, Your Honor.
Ms. Medina, before I take the plea in this matter, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to the elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Sisler's case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled this morning. That being the case, do you need the opportunity to speak to him? Mr. Sisler, are you prepared to proceed with the plea?
I'm prepared.
Yes, Your Honor, we are prepared. Thank you. Thank you for the disclosure, though. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sisler, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Ms. Medina. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, Your Honor.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your intention this morning to plead guilty as charged to retail fraud?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
I understand.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Understand.
And sir, are you entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes,
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
correct.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes,
Mr. Sisler, is it true that on April the 19th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, you entered the mobile gas station at 10950 Belleville Road, a store that was open to the public for business, and you selected merchandise, concealed the merchandise, and passed all points of purchase without offering payment for the merchandise?
yes,
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Medina?
Satisfied.
Mr. Sisler, the court will accept your plea of guilty as charged to the retail fraud. As indicated, this plea is taken pursuant to 771.1. Your sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months, so long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan. During that 6 months, pay the court $250 in costs and $10 in restitution to Mobile. The matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Sir, do you need more than 5 days to pay the $260?
no, Your Honor.
5 days to pay, no new criminal offenses for 6 months, and the matter will be administratively dismissed. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor. No.
Thank you. Mr. Sisler, you're free to go. You have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. This is 23WM00637OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus John Braganini.
James for the airport, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please the court, Parisa Sadrini on behalf of John Braganini, who I am not seeing on Zoom at the moment, Your Honor.
He's been here because I spoke to him. He's in a waiting room for some reason. Let's get him back into this main session.
Judge, I took it upon myself to do so since I've been known to do that.
I don't think Marianne ever answered that question.
No, I don't know if she did or not.
And I'm going to leave it that way.
Mr. Braganini, would you please turn your video on and state your name for the record?
John Braganini.
Thank you. This case was scheduled at 9:50 as a final pretrial. How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor, I would be asking for this case to continue on the court's trial docket and asking for one more final pretrial conference as the parties are still having ongoing discussions, as there are some extenuating circumstances in this particular case. I would be asking for potentially a final pretrial sometime in December.
And I would have no objection, Your Honor, to that.
December 7th?
Yes, Your Honor.
At 8:50, Judge.
8:50? Thank you.
Would that be in person or by Zoom, Your Honor?
Do you want to be, typically on Zoom, do you want to be in person?
Zoom is fine.
On Zoom on December 7th at 8:50 a.m. here at number 1. Anything else on behalf of the airport?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else on behalf of Mr. Braganini?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. I'll see you here on December 7th. You have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
This is 23WM01566OM. This is Wayne County Airport versus Crenshaw. May I have your appearances, please?
James Mena appearing for the airport, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Crenshaw. Ms. Crenshaw, please state your name for the record.
Chevette Crenshaw.
Turn your video on for me, please, ma'am. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, going to ask for an adjournment. If the 16th is still available, that would be great. For compliance to go pay standard parking, $100 owed. The register of action indicates that Ms. Crenshaw actually called up to the court and I think attempted to do so with the 34th. We've got that squared away. So if, yeah, we could get a comeback date of the 16th.
She has not been arraigned yet, Mr. Hadley. Do you want to adjourn the arraignment and the pretrial?
No, Your Honor. Let's go ahead and waive the formal reading of the arraignment. We'll stand mute to the charges and ask for a PR bond to be entered.
Thank you. The bond in this matter will be set at 1,000 personal. Ms. Crenshaw, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this matter is resolved in its entirety. We will adjourn the pretrial over to November the 16th, 2023 at
9:20.
At 9:20 a.m. back on Zoom, back here in number 1. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Crenshaw, I'll see you in 2 weeks. You have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Amadeo, have you spoken to Ms. Manarino?
I just text her, Your Honor. I did speak to my client, and she said she has no issue adjourning the pretrial. I could just waive the formal reading on the arraignment today if that's acceptable to the court and get a new date.
Turn it down a little bit. I just gotta sign it for this here.
Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor. I have no objection to the adjournment.
This is 2307880 OM, Van Buren Township versus Myers. The only issue, Mr. Amadeo, is that the request is for a cash bond. I don't feel comfortable setting a cash bond when your client's not here. So what we'll do is adjourn this matter in its entirety. Oh, he's logging on right now. How long of an adjournment were you looking for, sir?
I've the 16th works, Your Honor. That's what Angela just texted me, the 16th or the 7th. Either one will work for me. And if I'm not available, Judge, somebody from my firm will come who will be prepared.
At 9:30, Judge.
Mr. Myers? Mr. Myers, turn your video on, unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please.
Matthew, did you hear Judge Martin? Please take your hat off, Matthew, please.
Mr. Myers?
Judge, it doesn't look like he's connected to the audio.
I see.
I can't hear.
There you go.
I can hear you, sir. You're fine.
I can't
State
hear
your name.
anything.
He's logged on. Yep.
There we go. I can hear now.
Matt,
Take
please
your
take
head
your
off,
hat
sir, and
off.
state your name for the record.
Yes, I'm sorry. Matthew Myers.
Thank you. Mr. Myers, your attorney has appeared this morning. I'm sorry, sir, for purposes of arraignment.
Your Honor, will waive a formal reading, stand mute, and be heard on bond when appropriate.
Thank you. Each of these, there's 4 files. I think I just called the one, 2307888, 2307889, 2307090, and 2307091. The bond recommendations are for bond of 2010%. What's the U.S. to bond, Mr. Amadeo?
Your Honor, I asked for a PR bond. My client has retained counsel. I just fed out these charges this morning. I will get my appearance over. He's certainly no flight risk. There's no assaultive behavior here. He won't miss any court appearances. I will say the person who called me on his behalf says there is some mental health issues I may need to explore. I do find this will be a case will be resolved relatively easily once I speak to the people and forget a restitution number, but there's absolutely no danger to the community or flight risk, Your Honor. I asked for a PR bond respectfully.
Thank you. Mr. Myers' bond in each of these matters will be set at 2,000 personal. Mr. Myers, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until these cases are resolved in their entirety. The return date is November the 16th, 2023 at 9:30 a.m. There's also a request, an order for fingerprints in these matters. Mr. Amadeo, if you have your client present to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety before the next scheduled court date and have his fingerprints taken.
Absolutely, Judge.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
Mr. Amadeo, do you need discovery on these cases as well?
Yes, and I will send it over to you. Discovery requested my appearance. I apologize. I'm running behind.
That's okay. I'll send a note to the clerk and have her get that ready for you.
And Judge, will this be on Zoom on the 16th, or do we need to be in person?
It will be on Zoom unless you want to be in person.
Zoom works. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. I'll see you on November 16th at 9:30 a.m. Mr. Myers, you have a good day.
Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Poe, turn your video on, please. Unmute yourself. These are 23WM01218 A and B, Wayne County Airport versus Alexis Poe. Your appearances, please.
James Mena for the airport, Your Honor.
You're muted.
Who, me?
Josh.
Josh Hadley, on behalf of the defendant, Miss Alexis Poe. Ms. Poe, please state your name for the court.
Alexis Poe.
Mr. Hadley, today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, and we would like to, after advising my client of her rights in the people's plea offer, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer, whereby both the A and the B case will be dismissed, and the defendant will be pleading responsible to the civil infraction of double parking with a $400 fine imposed.
Thank you. Ms. Poe, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in these matters will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
To pay $400 fine.
No, ma'am. My question was, you had the opportunity to speak to him and you understand the charges against you, the failing to obey the police officer and the resisting and obstructing. You understand that's what you're charged with?
I guess, yeah. Yes. Yes, Judge.
Thank you. And ma'am, you understand there's a plea offer that you will plead responsible to the added count of double parking, and these two misdemeanors will be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, yes.
And ma'am, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, Judge.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, Judge.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Judge.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead responsible?
No, Judge.
Ma'am, is it true that on July 10th, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Ms. Poe, you have to say yes. I think we lost you there if you want to move forward with the plea.
Oh, okay.
She's asking, were you double parked at the airport on the day that she stated?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
I'm satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking. Will dismiss the original misdemeanors. Mr. Hadley, did you say $400 fine?
We did.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's my understanding with Mr. Mena. Is that, did I hear him correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Poe, the fine is $400 and you need more than 5 days to pay that amount.
Yes, I'm homeless and I stay in a shelter. I was seeing if I can pay like $25 a month for 16 months.
Ms. Poe, what we'll do is move you into the collections department with Maria. She'll set your payment plan for you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Poe. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
This is 2306780M Van Buren Township versus Brandon Mayton.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, MIDC counsel, standing in on behalf of Dan Batar on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Matan. Please take your
Matan.
self off of mute and turn your camera on, sir.
State your name for me, please, sir.
Matan.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the adjourned pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after having a chance to review the people's plea offer and advise Mr. Matan of his rights, Matan, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer, whereby we'd be pleading guilty to larceny under MCL 771.1 with an agreed upon 6-month period of probation. My understanding is there's not been a restitution figure submitted yet. We would ask that any restitution figure be provided to the court within 30 days.
That is correct, Your Honor, and I will do that.
And Mr. Hadley, the court will disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this matter. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That being the case, are you prepared to proceed with the plea, or do you need a moment to speak to Mr. Matan?
We have no issue with that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Matan, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley this morning. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, is your intention this morning to plead guilty as charged to larceny?
Yes.
And you understand, sir, that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on July 15, 2023 in Van Buren Township, that you did steal property belonging to Gary Gulliver, that being a trailer with a value of $3,000 approximately?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
We are, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Matan, the court will accept your plea of guilty as charged to the larceny. As indicated previously, the plea is being taken pursuant to MCL 771.1. Your sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 6 months. So long as you incur no new criminal cases in the state of Michigan, you pay costs of $3,000 and the restitution that's submitted by the prosecution on behalf of Mr. Gulliver in the next 30 days, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Matan, before you leave, you will be moved into the collections department to speak to Maria, the court's collection staff. Ms. Manarino will get any restitution requests from the complainant, in this case, get it to Mr. Hadley or Mr. Batar within the next 30 days, and you can make arrangements for that restitution as well, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Matan, please go in with Maria to set the payment plan, and good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
This is 2306260M Van Buren Township versus Perry Simon. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Simon. Mr. Simon, would you please state your name for the record?
Perry Simon.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, with regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and stand mute. I thought Mr. Simon had been previously arraigned, but nonetheless, we would stand mute, Your Honor. We would request a personal bond in this case. Mr. Simon did appear at his previous court date. We are seeking an adjournment today, Judge. There is a pending discovery request.
Thank you, ma'am. The bond recommendation from Van Buren Township Public Safety Department is $2,000, 10% on each of the counts. Ms. Manarino, do you take any position as to bond in this matter?
No, Your Honor, I leave it to the court's discretion.
And Your Honor, I would just again highlight that we were in court together, Mr. Simon and I, back on October 19th. He appeared on that date as he was told to do. He is here today, Your Honor. I would ask that the court consider a personal bond. These are non-assaultive offenses. He understands he needs to come to court, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Simon, your bond is set at $2,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the case is resolved in its entirety. You have called in this morning. The court will ask that at the adjourned date, you either be on a device that allows you to see and be seen, or you appear at the court and utilize the Zoom space set up by the court for defendants. The adjourned date in this case will be
November 16th at 9:40.
November 16th at 9:40. That's back here on Zoom in number 1.
Is there any way I can get more time? Because I'm calling off work every time for this, and I'm gonna end up getting fired. This will be my 3rd time calling off in 3 weeks, 4 weeks. I mean,
So, I guess, okay.
I have more vacation days in January. My vacation days reset, but as of now, I'm out of those. But I can't keep calling off work every week and a half, 2 weeks.
So, Your Honor, yeah, if we could maybe just to make sure that we do have the discovery before that next date. And so that there's a little bit more time between him having to call off work again, if we could have a later date on that.
December 7th or December 21st?
Yeah, sir, do you have a preference with regards to those 2 dates? It's going to be via Zoom, correct? Either date, Your Honor?
Correct.
Yeah, I would prefer January, but if it's December, I mean, I guess the 7th is fine.
December 7th, Your Honor.
At 9 o'clock, Judge.
Thank you guys very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor.
You're free to go, Mr. Simon. Have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
Thank you. This is 2-3. Oh, is the attorney here for Mr. Zayed?
Yes, he's in the breakout room with the prosecutor. And did you see my note about?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
I think he sent the message that he's here, Your Honor. I saw text message.
I see that he's here. I saw that note, Marianne. I missed the note that his attorney was in with the prosecutor, so we'll get Mr. Zayed called as soon as the attorney pops out. Mr. Bowditch, I'm stepping off for 1 second. I will be right back, though.
Yes,
I
Your
don't
Honor.
see any client out here for you.
Hey, Jeff, do you know that there is someone in your breakout room?
No, I'll go talk to him right now, Marianne.
All right.
And when the judge comes back, I'm ready on a William Jermind. Marianne?
Yes.
I believe Mr. Jermind is in my room. He's on a phone. He probably needs help getting out.
Did you speak with him?
Yes, we're ready to go.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll put Mr. Farley in there now.
Oh, thank you.
Uh-oh.
Wait, you know what? Nope, I'll put Mr. Grubbs in there because he's at 10:10.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello?
Mr. Mamet, are you ready with Mr. Zayed?
I don't, last time he was here, he was on the Zoom at the courthouse. And I haven't spoken to him. So I don't know if he's there now.
He is
I'm
downstairs.
still on
I
the
saw
phone.
Marianne's note and I misread it.
Oh, different guy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is he
Okay.
isn't here or he is here?
He is he's waiting his turn in the court Zoom room. So because we
yeah,
have
so
an interpreter,
probably-
because we have an interpreter, we'll see if we can get this sped up so we can get him seen without Madam Interpreter having to wait much longer. But it looks like, Mr. Abdo, are you in the courts?
I'm waiting for the prosecutor. I was sitting in the room. I was just, didn't see anyone.
Oh, okay. Marianne, I guess the short part is, let's get Mr. Zayed into the court Zoom room so we can get this case called.
Yeah, I'll call downstairs.
Thank you.
Should I wait in the breakout room with the prosecutor, Your Honor?
Who is your client, sir?
Last name's Big Cat, Bekheit. First name's Mina, Mina. It's a traffic ticket.
Oh, yeah, they should have had you in with let's get you in with Mr. Mena.
Okay.
Thank you. This is 23VB02843 AOT. This is Van Buren Township versus William Gimin.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Sir, on the phone, unmute yourself and state your name for me, please.
Keisha Thomas.
No. Gemind. I'll be with you in just one moment, Ms. Thomas. Actually, it'll be sooner if he's not unmuted.
Hello?
State your
Hello?
name, sir.
William David Gamend.
Mr. Gamin, thank you.
Yes.
Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. How are we proceeding?
I
Is
was.
this Mr. Bowditch's client?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I spoke to an attorney.
Sir,
and he
no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Manarino, you were saying?
I believe that Mr. Bowditch was handling this case, Your Honor, and he's in a breakout room with another client.
Thank you. We'll pass this matter, sir. Stay where you are. We'll get back to you in just a second.
Thank you.
Marianne, the problem with him coming up to the courtroom is Mr. Mamet needs to speak with him.
Oh, okay.
I know, and the interpreter, so we need a second Zoom room. This is 23WM01457 A, B, and C. This is Wayne County Airport versus Keisha Thomas. Appearances.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Hadley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Ms. Keisha Thomas. Ms. Thomas, can you state your
Now,
name
Ms.
for the-
Thomas, state your name for me, please.
Keisha Thomas.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for the arraignment and pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after having a chance to meet with Ms. Thomas, she's asked to have a new attorney appointed to this matter. So I will be motioning the court to withdraw and ask for MIDC to appoint a new attorney.
Is that correct, Ms. Thomas?
Yes.
We'll adjourn this matter over to have the case reassigned.
11:16 at 9:40, Judge.
11:16 at 9:40 a.m. Ms. Thomas, notice of that new date and time will be mailed to you at the address that you verified with court staff this morning.
Okay.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Thomas?
I did have a question, but I don't know if it goes now or later. Just
If the
wondering.
question is a procedural question, the court can answer it. If the question is something substantive about the case, probably not. What's your question?
Okay, well, never mind. I guess it's probably not. Then it is about the case. Okay.
Okay, I will see you back here on November 16th.
Okay.
Thank you. Take your hat off, Mr. Grubbs.
Sorry.
I'm not quite ready to call you. I just saw you queued up.
Okay.
This is 23WM01790 Wayne County Airport versus Becky.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chief Mender for the airport. Mr. Abdu, you're muted.
Sorry, and good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Sherman Abdo, on behalf of Ms. Bakit. Your Honor, today's the time and date set for a pre-formal hearing. I've had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Mena of the authority to enter plea responsible to the amended charge of double parking with the fee of being $300. And we stipulate to the four corners of the ticket for a factual basis.
Thank you. Plea of responsible accepted to the double parking. The original charge is dismissed. The fine and cost is $300. Does your client need more than 5 days to pay?
No, Your Honor.
5 days to pay. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Abdo?
No, Your Honor, thank you, and sorry I made the faux pas being on mute. I should know better.
No worries. I think after 3 years, people are still doing it. I'm okay with that. Have a good day, sir.
Thanks, bye.
This is a recall of 23VB02843 A and B Van Buren Township versus Gamen.
Right, Your Honor. For the
Okay.
record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Gemend. Sir, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
William David Gemend.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for arraignment in this matter. We would waive the former reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case, Your Honor. Mr. Gemend is going to be pleading guilty to an added count of no operator's license on person, with the understanding the original misdemeanor and civil infraction would be dismissed.
And Mr. Bowditch, before I accept a plea from your client, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That disclosure having been made, are we prepared to proceed with this plea, or do you need a moment to speak to Mr. Gamen?
Your Honor, we are prepared to proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Gamen, would you raise your right hand for me, please?
Yes,
Do you
ma'am.
swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes, he said I would be fined, and I would ask the court for a time to pay the fine.
And sir, after having that conversation, is it your understanding that you'll be tendering a plea of guilty to the added count of no operator's license on person and the driving while license suspended would be dismissed?
Yes.
And sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on September 15, 2023, in Van Buren Township, you operated a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Sir, the court accepts your plea of guilty to no operator's license on your person and will impose the following: a fine of $100, cost of $100, there's $75 mandatory crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, and $20 fund fee. That's $345. I heard you indicate that you needed more time to pay than 5 days. The next step in these proceedings is that you will be moved into the collections room. You'll meet with Maria, a member of this court staff, who will set a payment plan for you in this matter, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Gamen, you'll be moved into the room to set the payment plan. Have a good day, sir. This is 2307-830M. This is Van Buren Township versus Jeffrey Grubbs. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Grubbs. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for arraignment in this matter. We waive formal reading and stand mute. We've also had a chance to pre-try this case, Your Honor. In this matter, Mr. Grubbs will be pleading guilty to an added count of no operator's license on person. Mr. Grubbs would also be pleading guilty to the charge of receiving and concealing, I believe, under $200. That matter, Your Honor, pursuant to the plea agreement, will be taken under statute 771 for a period of 6 months. If Mr. Grubbs complies with all the court's wishes, at that time, we're requesting the court consider dismissal of these charges.
Thank you. Inasmuch as this, Mr. Grubbs, state your name for me, please, sir.
Jeffrey Gerard Grubbs II.
Thank you, sir. This being the first appearance, the court will set the bond at $1,000 personal. And before I take your client's plea, Mr. Bowditch, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosure as Van Buren Township is the issuing agency in this case. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about Mr. Grubbs' case. He doesn't even know that the case is scheduled. That being disclosed, do you need a moment to speak to Mr. Grubbs, or are you prepared to proceed with the plea?
We're prepared to proceed, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Grubbs, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Bowditch, and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, sir, it's your understanding and agreement that you will be tendering a plea of guilty to receiving and concealing stolen property of $200 or less, and
yes,
no operator's license on person. Nope.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. I'm sorry. Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind?
Yes.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor?
Yes.
And Mr. Grubbs, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes.
Mr. Grubbs, is it true that on October the 16th, 2023 in Van Buren Township, that you did receive and conceal embezzled or converted property at 9701 Belleville Road, that you did knowingly possess this property that had a value of $100 or less, that property being a license plate belonging to David Lees?
Yes.
Sir, is it also true on that date, that October 16, 2023 date, you were operating a motor vehicle with no operator's license on your person?
Yes.
Satisfied, Ms. Manarino?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Mr. Grubbs, the court will accept your pleas of guilty to the receiving and concealing and the no operator's license on person. As indicated previously, this plea is taken pursuant to 771.1, which means your sentence will be delayed for a period of 6 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan in that 6 months, and you pay the court $300 in costs, the matters will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300?
I have a payment plan I'm making payments on now. Could I add it to that?
Absolutely, sir.
So
What you'll see
everything-
next is an invitation to go into the breakout room with Maria from the court's collection staff. She'll add this to your existing payment plan, okay?
Okay.
Anything
And
else,
that-
Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Gross, please go talk to Maria. You have a good day.
You too. Thanks. Have a good day.
Thank you. Mr. Bowditch, go speak to Mr. Fairley so we can get Mr. Zayed freed up to get into the Zoom. Mr. Henderson, take your cap off for me, please. If Mr. Miller's not responding, we can put him out and he can try to log back on. This is 2306830M. This is Van Buren Township versus Ronald Henderson. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Morning, Your Honor. Attorney Josh Adley, appearing on behalf of the defendant, Mr. Ronald Henderson, who's appearing via Zoom. Mr. Henderson, please state your name for the court.
Mr. Haley, today is the day and time set for the pretrial. How are we proceeding?
Your Honor, after advising my client of his rights and discussing the plea offer proposed by the people, we would like to avail ourselves of the plea offer. Mr. Henderson will be pleading guilty to the standalone count of larceny under MCL 771.1 with an agreed upon 6 months of probation. Additionally, there's a note to the file that he is to go get fingerprinted at Van Buren Township Police Department. And I would additionally note that there is no restitution. The property involved was returned to the complainants.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Ms. Manarino, I don't see a fingerprint order. Had it been entered previously?
Your Honor, I'm not sure. One was
Oh.
submitted.
I'm sorry. I was expecting to be clipped to the front of the file. It's in the file from October the 5th.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Haley, before I take your client's plea, I want to disclose on the record that I'm married to an elected official in Van Buren Township. I make that disclosures. Van Buren Township is the issuing agency. My husband is not involved in the day-to-day operations of the Public Safety Department. He doesn't know anything about this case. He doesn't even know that it's scheduled. That being the case, are you prepared to proceed with the plea this morning, or do you need an opportunity to speak to Mr. Henderson?
No, Your Honor, we're prepared to proceed. We have no issue with that at all.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, unmute yourself. Raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? You need to unmute yourself for me, please, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you're facing, the possible penalties?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can put your hand down, sir. And after having that conversation with Mr. Hadley, is your intention to plead guilty to as charged to the larceny?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
I apologize. I'm on a very weak cell phone connection. I keep dropping my connection.
Then I'll try to make it quicker. Mr. Henderson, you understand the rights you waived by entering a plea of guilty this morning?
Yes.
Sir, is it true that on August 7th, 2023 in Van Buren Township at 11001 Belleville Road, which is the Culvers, you did take property belonging to another, that being an iPhone that belonged to Joshua Rozo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Ms. Manorino? Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Henderson, the court accepts your plea of guilty as charged to the larceny as indicated by Mr. Hadley previously. This plea is taken pursuant to 771.1. The sentence will be delayed for a period of 6 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses in the state of Michigan during that 6 months and pay $300 in costs, the case will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. There is no request for restitution. You need to please present yourself to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety before December 7th and have your fingerprints taken. Do you need more than 5 days to pay the $300, sir?
Yes, Your Honor. Two things. First of all, I already went to the department and got my fingerprint done. And also, we wanted to request a payment plan if possible.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, we'll get you moved into the collections room with Maria to set a payment plan. If your signal fails you, please call the court and set a payment plan with the staff or go online and submit a request for a payment plan, okay?
Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, you should see an invitation to go into collections.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Henderson, you don't see the invitation?
No, Your Honor. There's no link or anything on my screen.
Are you waiting on me? I don't know.
Am I waiting on you?
I never spoke with my client. I'm confused.
I know. Mr. Mama, the issue is that we only have one Zoom space available in the courthouse. There was somebody in front of Mr. Zayed. And you wanted to speak to him, correct?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, that's the problem. Until Mr. Fairley is done, I'm not sure if Mr. Bowders, if space has been freed up for your client to speak, to get on camera to speak to you.
Okay.
Ms. Medina, are we ready with Mr. Miller? Or Ms. Courtney? Oh, she left that fast.
Judge, I think we're almost ready on Miss Courtney. I haven't spoken with her this morning about Mr. Miller, though.
Thank you. Here's the question, Marianne. If Mr. Zayed has a phone, can we have him call Mr. Mama? No, because we need the interpreter. Let's think this through because this is maybe resolving itself.
Your Honor, I can provide I'm sorry, Your Honor. I can provide my phone number. I can log out now, talk to the attorney can call me, we'll do the phone call, and then we'll all go back on Zoom if you would like.
Let's do that. Marianne, if you would get Mr. Mamet and Ms. Ganem into a breakout room so they can exchange information, but I see Mr. Fairley is the case I'm calling next.
Wait, is Mr. Zayed, where is Mr. Zayed? Is Zayed, he's on Zoom, not in the courtroom?
No, he is downstairs waiting for the case I'm about to call to be called. We only have one Zoom room.
Oh,
Mr. Fairley is.
Okay, that's fine. All right, that's fine. Whatever the court thinks is best. Okay, I'm confused.
It's not what I think is best, Mr. Mamet. I just know that the interpreter's been here for the better part of an hour.
Oh, okay.
Trying to get it moving.
Yeah, I feel bad. Okay,
but no, then
I
I'm calling
want to resolve the
2-3.
case. Yeah,
I know, and I'm trying, but your client's here versus being on Zoom from somewhere else. I'm trying to get you connected. Mr. Littlejohn, take your hat off. This is 2304820OM. This is Van Buren Township versus James Fairley. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Manning on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of with Mr. Fairley. James, can you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
James E. Fairley.
Thank you. Your Honor, we are requesting this matter be set for a bench trial.
Is discovery complete in this matter? Oh, Mr. Bowditch, it doesn't appear that your client's even been arraigned in this case.
We would waive the formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor.
I don't want to waive anything. I'm not waiving nothing.
No, Mr. Fairley, we're just at arraignment. The judge is supposed to read the charge to you. We know what the charge is. I've told you about it. So the only thing we're waiving is the judge reading the charge to you out loud.
Thank you. Do you have discovery? Is discovery complete in this matter, Mr. Bowditch?
No, Your Honor. We need to complete discovery.
There was a discovery order signed by Judge Green back on August the 23rd, 2023.
Your Honor, I believe I have the paper. There is a video that Ms. Manarino and I have discussed. I'd like to view that video also.
Your Honor, if the court wants to adjourn in lieu of setting a trial date, I can set up a time with Mr. Bowditch where he and I can review the video, and then if necessary, set the trial date from there. It might save the court some time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Fairley, the court will set your bond at $1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court. This case will be adjourned. The pretrial will be adjourned to
November 16th at 9:50.
Your Honor, I'm
November
not available
16th
on that date.
at
I
9.
apologize.
That's a bad day for you.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
December 7th.
December 7th, no apologies.
At 9
December
o'clock.
7th is fine, Your Honor.
December 7th at what time, Marianne? I'm sorry.
9 o'clock.
December 7th at 9 a.m. Back here on Zoom, back in number 1, to allow time for the prosecutor, Mr. Bowditch, to exchange, well, to review the video on this matter. Mr. Fairley, before that next court date, you need to present yourself, please, to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety. Have your fingerprints taken. The order will be sent over by the clerk's office. Is there anything else in this case, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Fairley, I'll see you back here on December 7th. Have a good afternoon, sir.
What time was that?
9 a.m., sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready with Ms. Courtney?
Yes, Your Honor, we are ready with Miss Courtney and also with Mr. Littlejohn, Your Honor. I am not quite ready on Mr. Miller yet.
Thank you. This is 2307050 OM, Van Buren Township versus Desiree Courtney. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manring on behalf of the people.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Miss Courtney. Miss Courtney, would you please unmute and state your full name for the record?
Desiree.
Thank you. Today is the day and time set for arraignment and pretrial. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, with regard to the arraignment, we would waive formal reading and stand mute, Your Honor. Ms. Courtney appeared on a previous court date, Your Honor, at which time we requested discovery. That discovery request is currently pending, Your Honor. She has again appeared today, and I would ask that the court consider a personal bond in her case and an adjourned pretrial for discovery.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney's bond will be set at $5,000 personal. Ms. Courtney, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. Condition of your bond is that you have no contact with the complainant, Evie Dineski. Do you have any reason to be in contact or communication with this person?
Absolutely not.
Ma'am, no contact means no contact. No direct contact, no contact through third parties, no contact through social media. Should the court receive reports that you've made efforts to be in contact or communication with the complainant, it could be viewed as a violation of the terms of your bond. Your bond could be revoked and you could spend the rest of these proceedings in custody. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Discovery's been requested. This case will be adjourned. The new pretrial date will be
November 16th at 9:40.
November 16th at 9:40 a.m. That's back here on Zoom in number 1. Ms. Courtney, between now and the time you return, there is an order for fingerprints. Please present yourself to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety. Have your fingerprints taken. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
Your Honor, I just wanted to confirm with Ms. Medina that she intends this to be a final pretrial with the complaining witness to appear as well.
And thank you so much, Ms. Manarino, because that is exactly what I was hoping that this could be scheduled for. And thank you so much for putting that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Final pretrial where the complainant is to appear on that November 16th date. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, I think Ms. Manarino got it all. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Courtney, you're free to go. I'll see you in 2 weeks, ma'am. This is 2307040D. This is Van Buren Township versus Christopher Littlejohn. Your appearances, please.
Angela Manarino on behalf of the people.
And Crystal Marie Medina, Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Littlejohn.
Mr. Littlejohn, state your name for me, please, sir.
Christopher Littlejohn.
Thank you. Ms. Medina, how are we proceeding with this pretrial?
Your Honor, we are requesting an adjournment of the pretrial. Very similarly, a discovery request is pending, and I would want to take a look at that before any resolution.
Thank you, ma'am. That adjourned pretrial date will be
November 16th at 9:40.
November 16th at 9:40 a.m. back here on Zoom in number 1, Mr. Littlejohn. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Littlejohn. I'll see you on November 16th. You have a wonderful day, sir.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. This is 23WM016790M, Wayne County Airport versus Lindsay Kosh.
James Bennett for the airport, Your Honor.
Ma'am, when you pull over and stop driving, I'll recall your case. Mr. Mehmet, your client's now here. Let's get you connected with he and the interpreter.
I'm not holding the phone, but I'm gonna talk.
Ms. Courtney, you can sign off.
Okay, I'm sorry. It kicked me out. I didn't hear the last of what she was saying. I just want to make sure.
Also, to be sure, it's November 16th at 9:40 a.m. You're going to be zooming in, okay?
Okay, thank you very much. I'll give you a call.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
And Mr. Mena, I need to see you. I sent you a message. Look at your chat, man.
Okay, I'll meet you in your room. My room, I should say.
Jim, I'm going to join you there in a minute also. Your Honor?
Sir?
On the matter with Mr. Fairley just called me on the phone and said that he apologizes, but on December 7th, he has a doctor's appointment that he was unaware of. I think Mary Ann had given us another December date. Would that have been the 21st?
It is.
Could we adjourn Mr. Fairley until the 21st, Your Honor?
At 8:30.
Thank you.
December 21st at 8:30. Thank you, Mr. Bowditch.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'll be right back in a second, Judge.
Thank you.
Hmm. Mr. Mena, I got a quick question for you, if I may.
Okay, I'll meet you in my room.
I'm no longer driving whenever, I don't know whenever that matters.
You did good, Mr. Pitts.
This is 23WM018450T. This is Wayne County Airport versus Cortez Pitts. May I have your appearances, please?
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, could you tell the judge your name for the record, please?
Cortez Pitts.
Thank you. Your Honor, today's date and time set for Raymond to waive formal reading and stand mute. We've had a chance to pre-try this case, Your Honor. Pursuant to a plea agreement, Mr. Pitts wishes to plead responsible to a double parking ticket with an assessed fine of $400, with the understanding the original charge would be dismissed.
Thank you. Mr. Pitts, raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Sir, you were able to speak to Mr. Bowditch this morning and you understand the charges you face and the possible penalties?
Yes.
And after having that conversation, sir, you wish to plead responsible to the added count of double parking?
Correct.
And you understand the rights you waived by entering that plea this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, is it true that on October 14, 2023 at Wayne County Airport, which is the city of Romulus, you were double parked contrary to law?
Yes.
Satisfied, Mr. Bowditch?
Satisfied, Your Honor.
And Mr. Pitts, the court accepts your plea of responsible to the added count of double parking, will dismiss the misdemeanor in this case. Assess fines and costs of $400. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount, sir?
No, I'll pay it today.
Thank you. 5 days to pay. Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you. That concludes this matter. Mr. Pitts, you're free to go. You have a good day.
Online? Can I go online and pay it?
Absolutely. You can pay it online or you pay it in person. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready with Zayed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
Yes, Your Honor.
we're waiting for Mr. Mena.
I'm here.
Mr. Mena?
I'm here. Mr. Mamet, you mean?
Mena, the prosecutor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Honor, is that okay if I turn off my camera?
Yes, ma'am.
because my battery is going low.
I understand.
Thank you.
Hello?
Mr. Mena, my apologies for interrupting your conversation with Mr. Hadley, but I wanted to call
Call, Your
23WM 01221 OM Wayne County Airport versus Zayed. May I have your appearances, please?
James Mena for the airport, Your Honor. Stephen Mamet on behalf of the defendant.
And thank you. We have the interpreter, Tania Gadam.
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes.
Good morning. Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear or affirm that you will translate, what is the language?
Arabic.
English into Arabic and Arabic into English to the best of your ability?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Zayed, state your name for the record, please.
قول اسمك أستاذ زياد.
عبد زايد.
عبدو زايد.
How are we proceeding this morning?
Your Honor,
كيف
my
عم
client.
تكفي بالقضية؟
Okay.
Huh?
We're going to proceed with a guilty as charged plea, Your Honor.
راح تقول إنك نعم أنا مذنب.
نعم أنا مذنب.
Yes, I am guilty.
Mr. Zayed, raise your right hand for me.
ارفع إيدك اليمين.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
تحلف يمين وبتأكد إنه الأقوال بتقولهم هن الحقيقة ولا شيء إلا الحقيقة.
نعم.
Yes.
You've had the opportunity to speak to your attorney and you want to plead guilty as charged.
صار عندك مجال إنك تحكي مع المحامي تبعك وتقول إنك مذنب بالقضية.
أنا عادي خلاص أنا أدفع وأروح ما مشكلة.
Yes, I'll pay the fine and be done.
And you understand the rights you're waiving by pleading guilty.
وعارف إنه عم تتنازل عن حقوقك وقت تقول إنك نعم أنا مذنب، صح؟
نعم.
Yes.
Is it true that on July 11, 2023 at the airport, you abandoned personal property?
هل صحيح بشهر 7 يوم 11/2023 أنت تركت يعني شغلة خاصة لإلك تركتها من دون حدا ما ينطرها بالمطار، صح؟
صح.
Right.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena.
Okay, وافقت.
Satisfied, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena.
Yeah, satisfied, Your Honor.
أستاذ ماما كمان وافق.
The plea is accepted. Any comments before fines and costs, Mr. Mamet?
Your Honor, it was a brief period. He was trying to get his car and it just went long. It took longer. He lost the car and it took longer.
عم بيقول له إنه يعني تركت الشنطة ورحت لجيب السيارة وضيعت يعني أخذت وقت شوية مش كتير وقت.
نعم.
Yes.
The court will impose a fine of $100, cost of $100, $75 crime victims fee, $50 mandatory state cost, $20 fund fee. That's $345.
المجموع تبعهم $345.
كم؟
$345. $100 مصروف أو $100 للمحكمة و$50 جزاء و$75 للقسم الإجرامي. طلعوا $345.
أقدر أجي الأسبوع الثاني وأدفعها لأنه الحين ما مش معي.
Now I do not have the amount. Can I come back next week to pay it?
Yes.
نعم.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Anything else?
أي شيء ثاني? No. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Mamet. This is 23WM01841 A and B. These are Wayne County Airport versus Brianna Fields. May I have your appearances, please?
James Mena for the airport, Your Honor.
Your Honor, please ask that on behalf of Senate, Ms. Brianna Fields. Ms. Fields, please state your name for the record.
Brianna Fields.
Today is the
Thank
day
you.
and time for the arraignment of pretrial. Mr. Hadley, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, and after advising my client of her rights, speaking with the prosecutor, we would like to avail ourselves of the people's plea offer, whereby the case ending in the letter B as in boy, possession of an unregistered firearm, will be dismissed as for compliance, and the case ending in A, the checkpoint violation, we will be pleading guilty under MCL 771.1 with an agreed upon 3-month period of probation.
Thank you. Ms. Fields, raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, ma'am. You may put your hand down. You've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Hadley. You understand the charges you face and the possible penalties.
Yes, ma'am.
And after having that conversation, you wish to plead guilty to the checkpoint violation.
Yes, ma'am.
You understand that if the court accepts your plea this morning, you will not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, ma'am.
You will not have the opportunity to present witnesses on your own behalf or see and cross-examine witnesses put forth by the prosecutor.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
And ma'am, you're entering this plea freely and voluntarily.
Yes, ma'am.
You haven't been threatened in any way, promised anything to get you to plead guilty.
No, I have not.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, is it true that on October the 12th, 2023, at the Wayne County Airport, which is the city of Romulus, you committed a checkpoint violation by taking a firearm through security?
Yes, ma'am.
Satisfied, Mr. Mena?
Yes, Your Honor.
Satisfied, Mr. Hadley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ma'am, the court accepts your plea of guilty pursuant to 771.1. The sentence in this matter will be delayed for a period of 3 months. So long as you incur no new criminal offenses and pay the costs assessed by the court, the matter will be administratively reviewed for dismissal. Ma'am, have you already paid another fine arising out of this incident?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The court will impose costs of $800 in this matter. Do you need more than 5 days to pay that amount?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Fields, the next thing you'll see is an invitation to go into the collections room. You'll go in there, you'll speak with a representative from the court staff. She'll set a payment plan for you in this matter. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor.
Good luck to you, Ms. Fields. Please go in and speak with Maria.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I have Mr. Hadley here. We are scheduled for a bench trial next docket with a Momad Low. One of my officers is going to be out of town. It's an in-person. I spoke with Mr. Hadley. He has no objection. Would my officer be able to testify and appear via Zoom?
I concur.
What's the name again on the file, Mr. Mena?
Momad, M-O-M-A-D, Lowe, L-O-W-E. It's a checkpoint case, Your Honor.
Officer by Zoom. I'll make a note on my file.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Fields, we'll get you in with the collections department in just one moment.
No problem.
Thank you. This is 2307920M Van Buren Township versus Dustin Burley. Your appearances, please.
Your Honor.
Angela Mannering on behalf of the people.
Your Honor, for the record, Jeffrey Bowditch appearing on behalf of and with Mr. Burley. Your Honor, as far as the arraignment, we'd waive formal reading, stand mute. Your Honor, we're requesting an adjournment for some discovery in this matter.
Mr. Burley, state your name for me, please, sir.
Dustin Shane Burley.
Thank you. Mr. Burley, your bond in this matter will be set at $1,000 personal. You do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until this case is resolved in its entirety. We'll reschedule this matter. I'm sorry, not reschedule. We'll adjourn the pretrial in this case to
December 7th at 9:10.
December 7th at 9:10 a.m. That will be back on Zoom, back here in number 1.
You said December 7th at what time?
At 9:10, sir, 9:10 a.m. The court staff will mail notice to the address you verified this morning.
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Bowditch?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Burley, the only remaining issue is that the prosecutor has submitted an order for fingerprints. The court has signed that. Please present yourself to the Van Buren Township Department of Public Safety before that December 7th court date to have your fingerprints taken, okay?
Where is that at? Van Buren Township Police Station?
Yes, it's
It's
at
on.
46425 Tyler Road. It's just west.
46425 Tyler.
Yeah, so on Tyler, just west of Belleville.
Okay.
Belleville Road.
After you turn on Tyler, it's about a half mile down on the left.
Okay. Thank you.
Other than that, Mr. Burley, you're free to go. You have a good day.
Thank you. You guys have a great day as well.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I'm able to proceed on Lindsay Kosh, Khosh.
Thank you. Recall 23WM016790M Wayne County Airport versus Lindsay Kush. Your appearances, please.
James Mena for the Your Honor.
My apologies, Your Honor. Mr. Mena, Attorney Josh Hadley appearing on behalf of Miss Lindsay Kosh. I do note that the attorney of record originally was Crystal. I have filed a discovery request with WCAA, and I have no issue with standing with this case moving forward. At this time, we would be asking for an adjournment, I think for a December date, to allow the video to be produced on this matter.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Mr. Haley asked for the arraignment.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize we're up on arraignment. We'll waive the formal reading of the arraignment, Your Honor. Enter a plea of not guilty and ask for a PR bond to be entered.
Thank you. Bond in this matter is set at 1,000 personal. Ma'am, you do not need to post any money, but what you must do is continue to appear as directed by the court until the matter is resolved in its entirety. That adjourned pretrial date will be
December 7th.
December this.
Sorry, I'm sorry, at 9:20, Judge.
No, I'm sorry, Mary Ann. December the 7th at 9:20 a.m. back here on Zoom and back in number 1. Anything else, Mr. Mena?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Mr. Hadley?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this matter, ma'am. You're free to go. You have a good day.
Thanks, you too.
And I may be able to dispose of another one. Mr. Mena?
Yes, sir.
I just shot you an email on Mr. Tuma.
Yep, we can take care of that.
It
Your
is,
Honor?
by my clock, 12:04. The last case scheduled for today's docket was scheduled at 11:30. Anyone who is not here is being deemed as having failed to appear. The only case that remains is Mr. Miller with Ms. Medina, unless anyone else sees anything else.
No, Your Honor, though Mr. Hadley was talking about Tuma, Your Honor. He produced the receipt. We just
Receipt.
moved to dismiss it.
I got another one.
I'm just looking to see if the file is still out here or if it's already back with Mary Ann.
I have it, Judge. I'll bring it right out.
Thank you.
Mary Ann?
I'll mark Mr. Tuma's file as having been dismissed.
Your Honor, I just sent over a similar situation on a compliance. The last name was Crenshaw. First name was Chevetley.
Mary Ann has both of those files.
Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Minner to confirm on the Crenshaw matter.
I'll take Mr. Hadley's word on it and move to dismiss it.
I can tell you I'm holding a Metro Airport parking in the dollar amount of $100 paid from today.
These are 23WM015660M Wayne County Airport versus Crenshaw and 23WM013140M Wayne County Airport versus Tuma. The court has received update from defense counsel that these matters have been paid to the innkeeper. They will be dismissed.
What was that?
Did I hear a cricket?
It sure sounded like it.
I heard it too. Was that Bowditch?
My apologies, Your Honor. It's my
I'm gonna bet that was the ringtone. his
This
phone-
is,
Sorry, Judge.
I'm sorry, Miss Manarino.
I was just saying, I bet that's the ringtone that Mr. Bowditch's phone came with.
This is 23VB022480M Van Buren Township versus Stephen Miller. May I have your appearances, please?
Angela Mandarin on behalf of the people.
Miss Medina, I'm not sure what's going on.
You're muted, Crystal.
I'm so sorry, Judge. I am off right now. I am off the record, off of my screen. I'm just cracking up. I'm sorry.
The end of the docket, we're falling apart.
No, we're not. Mr. Miller, turn your screen on, please. Unmute yourself and state your name for the record.
Stephen Miller.
Mm-mm.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Miller, I apologize. I hadn't even realized the court had called my case, so I thought I was having my own moments, Your Honor.
Mr. Miller,
Yes, Your Honor.
today is the day and time set for the pretrial in this matter. Miss Medina, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, at this time, we want to schedule this matter for a bench trial. We have not been able to come to a resolution in this case. I have discussed with Mr. Miller his rights to have a jury trial. He has decided to waive that right, Your Honor, and we want to proceed with a bench trial.
Miss Manarino, how many witnesses do you anticipate?
I believe 3, Your Honor.
Miss Medina?
Your Honor, I would think 2.
We've had a trial with Mr. Miller before.
Yes, Your Honor.
With claims similar in nature, I believe.
Same ordinance, different factual circumstances.
Mary Ann, a trial date, bench trial date for Mr. Miller, please.
December 7th at 11:30.
You need to check your calendar, Mr. Miller.
No, Your Honor.
December 7th at 11:30 a.m. in person in courtroom number 1. Anything else, Ms. Manarino?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Medina?
No, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, I'll see you on December 7th, sir. You have a good afternoon.
You as well.
Thank you. That concludes this court's docket. Other than failures to appear, you're welcome to sit and hear it if you like. I don't imagine why you would. So you all have a wonderful day. I will see you next week.
Thanks,
You as well, Your
everyone.
Honor.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Good to see everybody. Your Honor, I did have one kind of unusual one today. I just wanted to make sure I brought to the court's attention. It was scheduled. It was Andrea Rozier. It was scheduled on your docket today.
That's the one we
at-
took care of on Monday though, right?
It is. I just want to make sure that something didn't get crossed with that because Judge Oakley kind of plucked it out of the stack and disposed of it on.
They pulled the file and Mary Ann let me know, so I wasn't expecting to see that person this morning.
Just want to
Thank
make
you,
sure.
Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bye,
Thank
everyone.
you.
I
Have a good
clicked,
day, Miss Medina.
thank you. I clicked leave too quick, so I came back to say bye to everyone. Bye, everyone. And I'm sorry, Judge, I did not mean to be laughing. When my case was called, I really did not realize it was my case that was called. I thought I had a couple moments to gather myself.
No,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Medina, no apologies. I think everybody gets punchy after 3 hours on the docket.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
This is 23 VB 02964OM. This